It appears, according at the least to Twitch, that I may or may not be live. So, hello. I'm the Druster, once again back here, and I want to continue going into Ace Attorney investigations. Let me just make sure that it's up. Oh, maybe I should work on something, some form of backup option to, well, make waiting for things to run smoothly a bit easier on you. Right now, sadly, I do not have any form of music I can just play for you without potentially getting into trouble for it. But I'm sure I'll find something, just not yet. So, okay, just a moment. And there it is. As a reminder of last time, currently we are in the 5th case of the first of the 2 Ace Attorney games. Well, Ace Attorney investigation games. We have followed the trail of Yatagarasu, or as our friend Kay Faraday assumes, the fake Yatagarasu, into an embassy. More precisely, an embassy that is in truth 2 embassies sharing a building, which less than a decade prior to the events had been a single country. Apparently they want to make amends and recombine into the old country of Cadopia again. Or may be not Cadopia, but well, certainly a single entity. However, in order to achieve that, they had some preparations to do, and well, a sudden multitude of fires combined with the appearance of Yatagarasu, and in addition to that, a murder. Well, 2 murders to be exact. One being of the secretary of an ambassador, and the other being, well, a notorious other thief being murdered. Not exactly things that make a reunification smooth. So, well, we have been on the premises when all of that happened on account of, well, trying to stop the Yatagarasu from stealing something, but, well, being indisposed, so to speak. Ironically on account of watching a theater performance, but, well, we found a lot of intriguing things along the way. Most notably, there had been a swap of national treasures. It appears on one side someone was murdered with a knife that had been brought over from one country to the other, while on the other side someone had been clobbered with the national treasure of the other country. And, well, everything is, as you can imagine, rather confusing at that moment. Right now, Miles Edgeworth is on the lookout for additional clues as to what may have happened, especially since a weird photograph has been revealed showing that someone or something flew above the wall splitting the 2 embassies apart. So, well, it is time to continue and to find out what this may have happened, how this may have happened. In case you are wondering about the green glow and haven't watched my previous episodes along the line, Kay Faraday, self-proclaimed heir to the legacy of Yatagarasu, is in possession of some rather impressive tech, One of this being a little thief, simulation device, we can call it, which is capable of reproducing scenes based on data input. Basically a hyper advanced hologram technology or hologram projector. And that is what we have here. We've collected a lot of data on things that had happened prior to our arrival, including a fire. And right now, based on predictions made by a little thief, well, we can at least attempt to find more data. Well, let's see. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Palino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, if the fire had... the fire died out or something by that time. And this fire here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor until the Agirasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Palino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good! I mean, that person could even... What? Oh, yeah. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Koshin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into the room before you. And must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than the flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why the flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as the green flames? Well, as far as we know, the Babalese ink, or more precisely, the wood crystals that the oil used in those inks is, gathered from, that is known to burn green, so we can assume that at least something stained with this ink must have been part of the flames.
Take that!
Source of the green flames is related to this. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so we know this ink burns green, but for whatever reason I guess I need not to use the ink itself, but something that was made with green ink. Let me guess, I need to use the silhouette lantern on a case on account of it literally saying that the literal oil I know that was part of it and which is extremely relevant to the ink, and literally the Ambassador Paleno having mentioned that he assumed that none of the Babalis ink was left in this room on account of it having burnt green. Something, if I remember correctly, happened literally not 10 minutes prior to me ending the last stream. Is okay. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal until, or would it be white crystal? No, it would be wood crystal in this case, right? Whatever. The wood crystal oil, it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wood crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wood crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Palena was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found it earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made of wood crystal oil that Ambassador Valeno was mistaken about. And now I need to use the ink on account of Mr. Paleno having literally mentioned that it burns green. Ah! There are a few cases of this in this game where you are correct no matter what side of it you take, on account of both sides of the envelope essentially saying the same, and you've gotten both sides presented for something. Like I said, Ambassador Paleno had given us the info that this ink burns green literally less than 10 minutes prior to me ending the last stream. The annoying thing is, there have been cases in this game where I could have chosen multiple different options and on account of all of them having been mentioned in conjunction with each other, related to something that has happened. This ink was literally mentioned by Ambassador Paleno that he thought this ink was the cause of the fire on occasion, not on occasion, of the green flames, but for some reason this time it's separated again. Oh. So it burns the same color, the flames on the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from the bottle of Babalis ink, and... Excuse this short... bum... Excuse the short point. I just had to once again kick an obvious bot from my chat. Would be nice if I had a few additional people, so well, that it's more than cosmetic to kick those, but I honestly don't like to have them here. Especially if they attempt to sell some shit. But that is what it is. Anyway, however, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babalis ink. Because he found the ink Mr. Koshin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Koshin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all this ink? I believe what he made with the ink is the answer to what gave birth to those green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I've finally found it. The smuggling rings will go. Made of Barbalese ink. This is the source of the green flames. Let's see. Don't really have anything related to a sufficient quantity of it. Well, it could be the documents, or at least a massive amount of documents made with Barbalese ink. However, considering all of this is once again a case of maybe, may not be this, well, it's the closest that could at least, well, be a good source of an entire pyre, so... In order for the green... and apparently it is not... Well, the testimony saying that it is those documents is apparently not what I need. Well, we cannot exactly read this. Oh. Well, right, I completely forgot it. There were those counterfeit bills. Faked money would honestly both be very much something you could use and something someone related to it would want to get rid of.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhangfe. You're kidding! You're saying it was Mr. Koshin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Koshin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Yes, why? And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? Excuse me, just going to take this. It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Koshan and concealed his crimes. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Honestly, I don't know if I just wasn't concentrating rightly, but I really forgot that the entire thing with the smuggled ink was to make, well, counterfeit money. Well, not every day we learn something new, but every day we get reminded of those things we have left behind. The clock must have been positioned differently. This grandfather clock, it was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to a staff member, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Oh, huh, that's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged the internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Paleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of the clock. Yes, sir! I'm on it. Miss Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming? But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? It was potentially used to obscure something. Or to connect something in order to cause something to happen later on. Why would someone do this? Such a valuable clock. It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Paleno that put the wire in there. But perhaps it was Mr. Koshin's killer who did. It looks like one of the Babali's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem. Especially since the other two knife handles were burnt away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Oh, poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. Curious. This would mean that there was a far longer time than anyone would have imagined when that was prepared. Sorry for the crunching. So, Babal's really is really into pushing the tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd go to some place where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine arts of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make a Jamming Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe it, that she took me seriously. A fireplace, So, Babal's office has one too. Two? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastion office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that undershirt in a fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun with Edgeworth. Sadly, that is exactly the same she said or they said before. Let's see. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look broken at all, so why don't you try sitting in it? Better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're already touching all sorts of... yeah, we had that already. But touching because he needs to examine them and not touching others, which is why okay, he's not allowed to touch. Curious, it appears we almost have everything seen already. Sorry for the crunching, I hope it's not too loud. But honestly, I could mute myself, I guess. I should have gotten myself something less crunchy. But yeah. So let's see, we have a little bit of more info and potentially Ambassador Paleno may or may not be able to give us an additional amount of data. Well, wait, no, he doesn't. So either I have a contradiction in hand or it's logic time. Could those two really be connected? Does Gumshoe have something to say? Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yep, sure did. Also, I put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping over the fifth floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp.
Okay, so it was that which I needed to do. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yatagrasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all?
I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Yeah, I guess I will need that data. So, during the fire,
a second fire broke out around the time the Yatagrasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
So, no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagrasu that entered Babal?
Yeah. All they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know?
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat! Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagrasu that appeared in Alabasta was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. A lot of the fact the Yatagrasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect.
You can't be serious.
Not even when we are this close to capturing the fake. I mean, careless to you. So, the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Koshan, then disappeared. So, what did he see personally? By the way, Detective. Not again. The yawning. It starts again. Why? By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did. But while this embassy's huge, sir, I got separated from the other staff members I was with and got lost for a while there.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective.
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But, you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to case rescue.
Oh, is this a fact?
Yeah. It was that I was lost and wandering around the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard it scream, I had towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kirshen's body.
Yeah. I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Machina wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got there, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon.
So, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out from the room next door.
Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Ataglasso herself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped in putting out the fire first. And during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Ataglasso.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. There's a moment. Wouldn't want to have his crunch all over the recording and all of that. Why are you pointing at...
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to our Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Yes, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know, even the pamphlet mentions it. Which is why the buildings are bilaterally symmetrical. So, no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we've worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the jamming ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsession with the obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Well, I guess it's logic time in that case. Now there's the interesting question. Would Sheena's location be related to the connected fireplaces, or I guess those two make more sense for the beginning, considering that we do not yet have established that there is in fact a connection. It appears, yes. The Alabastian and the bubbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? That sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow. There was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir?
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like just another fireplace.
Looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So, how do you turn it again?
In Alabaster, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace.
Oh, I see an X back there. Oh, I see an X back there. Let's see what happens when I push it. Yeah, you scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. But what does this mean for us? Well, I can tell you what we have currently known that this fireplace was used in an effort to dispose of documents for most of the day. So why is it stacked with wood like it's just another fireplace when it was not used in that regard? But let us just look at it first. All I see inside this fireplace is scattered wood.
That's odd. It doesn't match with what Mr. Paleno said earlier.
What's the meaning of this contradiction? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. If you push this X mark, the fireplace should turn.
A revolving fireplace on the wall? That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and...
Wait, detective, there's something I need to examine before we start. Besides which, there's also something I'd like to test.
Like what, sir?
I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Well, there is this. Do I have the documents? I hope this time it's related to Paleno's testimony. Ambassador Paleno, you said that you burned some old files on this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few of the files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct?
That's right. But why are you asking?
And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious in any case. Take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it.
Let's see. Oh, where did all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Miss Edgeworth? You don't think that Ambassador Paleno is lying, do you?
No, there's no reason for him to lie. I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. I wonder if you may update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I add the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we're pretty much figured out everything now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, what, well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know?
There's really no need for you to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Well, sorry, I will leave you with our clues and the most important proof of all, our prosecutor's badge. I just need to... well, I need to get some thing. I seriously hate to be interrupted, but, well, something is sometimes not exactly in my power when it comes to this. Okay, I'm back. That took a bit longer than I expected, though it had the side effect of me not having coffee here. So, in some cases people get consumed by the darkness. I consumed the darkness that's now laying in my cup. So, back then, let's see. Is it logic? Well, most likely. We know about the missing ashes and the revolving fireplace, so it's rather honestly should be this. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. Not because someone cleaned it. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No. Because even if someone did a sweep of... no, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paleno said that he spilled some Babalis ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there's not a trace of spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved to the neighboring room. Which means that this is this is clear indication that a fireplace was used. If Agent Sheena was on the other side of it, near the neighboring room, I wonder if, by chance, Sheena is an alias 4 colors to you. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from his room through there? Yes, I believe the person you are in pursuit of is Mr. Koshan's killer. And after committing the murder, they escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. But this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Well, I did say it, that it becomes a bit on the suspicious side that Agent Sheena was in the neighboring room, which should have been where that place led. So either that's a case of extreme coincidence, with Sheena leaving the room the moment someone else entered it, or Sheena may be involved. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape to the next, then it's only logical for us to talk to the person who was in the neighboring room. Wow, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir? Yes, Detective Agent Sheena. It's looking more and more like Agent Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. I need to clean up here. I'm stumbling through my own side effects of... Well, at least it's on account of me trying to improve my surroundings here, but, well, stumbling's never fun in that case as well. So, yeah. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Koshan. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she's hiding something from us. Okay, then why don't we go ask Machina herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe?
Sir, it's my turn to do something, Miss Edgeworth.
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damascus II's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy, you can do it. Alright, I'm going to do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, detective.
Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. Oh, that's so neat. Now I want to try going through that too.
There really is a secret passage through there. I had no idea. Would appear that the ashes that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbalese Incu's build ambassador is there on the back wall.
Okay, sir. Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same condition as the killer.
Oh, but there's all the ash and stuff.
But your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to resolve, such as the Atagrasos whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to to these embassies. Miss Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Miss Edgeworth? I thought you were one. I thought you were the one who said it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off. Does it seem like I'm busy? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? It's not overcomplicated, Matt. That's okay, Miss Edgeworth. We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder that nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock a padlock, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Miss Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective.
Looks like you can. Looks like you can use that fireplace as door, sir.
Are you right, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburnt ash got onto it, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
Oh, what? No, sir, I could never. It's just my old coat, so. It was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned. But, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish. So, because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We learned one other important fact. And that is... will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on Mr. Koshan's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Oh. I was close to another one of those cutoff points. I'm almost sad that I didn't get just that bit further. On the other hand, it took me around almost an hour, once again, on account of all the massive amounts of talking, so probably still a good idea when I had cut it.
Crunch.
March 14th, 11:33 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis. Lobby. Agent Lang. Lang C says, little cops never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These codes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babaly's ink, they were all of Zhang Fei denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. I must not have figured out that it was all burnt yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhang Fei is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. And have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhang Fei. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough.
If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quirkus, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well.
Agent Lang.
You! Wolfman! And Secretary Lady. Hold it! Objection, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, have you gotten the result of your handwriting or analysis already?
Yep. And that note was definitely written by Mr. Kaushenser.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone's finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind.
Yes.
How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Koshen was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Well, very well. I'll supervise until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate in some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out until the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence. So, let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appears in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Well, that was the coffee. Agent Lang, I assume you have been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. The person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing after did. Okay, I got it! I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagrasu. Now please, tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagrasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagrasu all the way to the 3rd floor of the Babali's embassy. It was it was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagrasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagrasu run into Mr. Koshen's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned the light on, but then... Yeah... He was there. By the time I turned the lights on, the Yatagrasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that is, Agent Lang? What do you mean? Why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagrasu left through the door, they would have run right into this person. Yeah, that would be Agent Sheena.
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagrasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Koshen's body, the Yatagrasu would have run straight into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Yeah. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. See, therefore, it just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out of the hallway into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time?
Oh, me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Koshen's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? You must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him just with an explanation of what happened. Yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. We're getting closer, but all of it... Well, convoluted is a massive understatement here. But this, far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route Yatagrasu could have taken. I should also possibly put the crunchy stuff to the side. I will otherwise have a lot of noisy artifacts in this whole thing here. Well, even more noisy artifacts. Okay, back to it. I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you are trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, there must have been another way out. Precisely.
Aye, Miss Edgeworth, it's time to bust out of our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the bubbly side is known only to 4 people. If we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all that whispering around there?
Scared? I'll figure out your tactics. Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smack healthy attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other impossible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Atagrasso's escape? I guess Detective Bat must have filled him in on the photo. I have to admit, at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. It's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. A shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu K was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present you proof that the person K saw is not the same as the one in this photo. Honestly, I really need to take a very excessively good look at my stuff because I personally don't have any clue. I suspect it is rather related to the length of wire, potentially. But I have no idea how, why, or whatever. Problem with the fireplace is I cannot say for certain that it is the absolute truth. Or more precisely, I cannot directly state it. Because it only opens another possibility, it's not a proof that this is not the thing. Oh, the wet pig is an interesting thing I didn't really consider. Hmm. Well, my instinct says that the wire has to do with it, but I suppose it's most likely not the case, but I will try it.
Take that!
Yeah, I thought so. The wet pig is, of course, something that is most likely related, though I honestly do not have any greater clue on this one here. The curious part is the time this flew by is while there were the big lights on at the rose garden, so yeah, I'm surprisingly stumped here. The only thing I can spontaneously think of is that this was taken apparently at the same time or around the same time that the Yatagarasu was supposedly seen in the rose garden, which would have been a few minutes earlier. But answering with the same object is unusual. Hmm. Well, time to fail my path to victory, I guess.
Take that!
It is exactly the photo I need to use. That's a first disproving evidence with itself. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the third floor during the second fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, no, that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on and enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw in what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'll have much knowledge about the bubbly side of the case. So, wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained it in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena. You shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't you start with your movements inside the Bubbly's embassy? Sheena's movements. Time for another confrontation where... Well, let's see if I can do this without fumbling too much. During the first Bubbly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the guild's Yatagarasu even exists. And that's all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw a suspicious person run into Mr. Koshen's office. Like I said earlier, I've no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no exceptions. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal.
I'm sorry, Sheena. Apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Miss Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you, not for a second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Well, let's put that to the test and see if she's really worth of your trust. This promises to be interesting. It is a rebuttal time. During the first fight, first Beverly's fire assisted in putting out the fire. Hold it there. So, you helped with the fire's extinguishing efforts. I was in charge of the police on the Beverly side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She does, sure. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you business cards or a scroll at this, just the right time. I'm once again fumbling about my words, it seems. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kinda seems more capable than Angel Lung, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that.
She knows more than she knows more than just a capable secretary now, you know. Why am I fumbling about my words here? Huh. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at. Alright. During a second fire, I was searching for the artifact that had appeared in Babal. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct? Buttons, please accept my input. Yes, that was the suspicious person. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. When you were after the same person in the long coat as I was after. There's no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu. Because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the first floor, into the fourth floor via the windows. So, the majority of the investigators conducted their searches in other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was...
Oh. No.
I wanted to press this here. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So you were in the room next to Mr. Koshan's office. I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Koshan's office. When you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Oh, not you too, Miss Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatirato, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors in this country are all so strange. Although it was the next room over, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatirato. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room, is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should have called myself not Nodrasa, but Mr. Yawnsby or something. Would at least fit all that yawning of mine. For some reason, I'm thinking of hamburgers right now, and I cannot put a finger on it why. Well, there's still enough time to get one later. Potentially, at least. Well, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. You know, I feel kinda bad for him. I understand his pain, and watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing on your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Would you elaborate? Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will, in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? Okay, so I guess I won't get any additional lines from her, so it is time to not skim, but scan through everything she said. Da da da. Well, I'd say around this here, maybe a point that is rather interesting. I wonder if this is the time to mention the revolving fireplace. Considering according to her own, according to her own movements, not only was she in this second room, but she did rush out of it when she heard Kay scream. However, according to both Kay's testimony and the effects of the matter along other points, no one had been in the office, well, except for Kay when she started screaming, which yeah, that would mean that whoever escaped had escaped prior to the scream. That, however, would mean that if they used the revolving fireplace, they would have been in the same room as Sheena. So, either it was Sheena, or Sheena is not willing to present it. Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony. Huh? Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you are talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? You mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. But what? Yatagrasu didn't escape through the door to the room or through the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now, do you see it? If the Yatagrasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed Yatagrasu. Welcome to the stream for those few who have joined. If there's anything wrong with audio balance or something the like, mention it in chat. I will do my best to potentially correct it as far as my abilities allow. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? Oh, you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagrasu, or shall I? It appears she's speechless. Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the code. Pretending to be the Yatagrasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Still speechless, it seems. Dr. Gumshoe?
How dare you make Kay look like a bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
And I'm pretty sure those tremors are our more or less confirmation that Agent Sheena is an alias for Callisto U, where we don't exactly know if Callisto herself is also an alias, but That's all that kind of trembling and those noises we have last heard. Well, in the case a few years back, I believe it was 7, when we found out that it was Callisto Yu who murdered someone. Sheena. And that's exactly the face we knew. That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh.
I'm I'm getting chills on my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be.
Sheena, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny, you say?
Yes, but you would accuse me of being the Yatarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than a mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven anything regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you are taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it's a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know. And that is why I won't hold anything back either, as I answer your questions. My question? Here's the proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. Well, it is the fireplace itself. We have established that the we had already established on account of the the testimony of Ambassador Paleno that within this fireplace there are two things that are certainly notable. For one side had, namely the office side, had documents burnt, but the ash has not cleaned up. Also, the backside, the wall, has been stained. A stain that had not been seen until proven to exist on the side that was towards the room Agent Sheena said she was in. Either that or Mr. Paleno's testimony would be the right thing here.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really honest? I am fumbling. Am I lacking something? Or am I just fumbling because I can? I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes? According to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kishan. Oh. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palena said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yategrasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed to the other room, by the wall as well. The movements of the ashes that were in Mr. Kyoshen's office is my proof. Sorry. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I've no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Sheena's rebuttal. In my eyes, you've proven all you've proven is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But I can't really call that proof that the Yategrasu used the What's wrong with me? Well, but you can't really call that proof that the Yategrasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kyoshen's office. Phew. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. Welcome. Go you and all of that. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Okay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yategrasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off it. This chase you are running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right, I will see this through to the end. So, you go, get it for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like his lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. Well, I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply cannot allow her to escape me again. We'll see to that. Very well then, Agent Sheena, shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Rebuttal for Sheena's rebuttal. Rebuttal or rebuttal or rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that your rotating fireplace wall was used. Explain further. I want to know everything. It sounds to me like you are saying my explanation is not good enough.
But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So, that should be proof enough even for your pal.
Looks like you don't quite understand. By your but by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Ouch. Talk about road. You should watch what you say, pal.
Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that Yatagarasu used it in the first place. Now can you? So, you want proof that Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection? Okay, if you could please not steal my line. No, sorry, but I just can't hold it anymore. Well, don't fret and leave it to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence it's meaningless. So then, who was who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Well, it's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paleno and Mr. Kershan. Curses. Well, I should have known better than to think that the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence of that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. The one you were not allowed to touch things, you mean? So Interpol has finished examining the entire Bubbly's embassy? Yes. The investigators who were allowed into our labast were incredibly helpful. They all put in great effort to search for any signs of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all of that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Kershan's, correct? I didn't notice the ashes there in the fireplace of the room, and for that I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I am sorry. At the very least, Lang is dedicated to it all. Still, I'm yawning my heart out here. But why? Well, it's case time to talk, I guess. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, he apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss.
Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates?
No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I can really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes.
That is only a problem on your end. Wow. Way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Well, Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Koshan's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Koshan's office. Well, that's suspicious by itself. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagraso's key and the documents detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belonged to the Bubbly's knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright?
Wow. Agent Lang really sticks up for his people.
And another scroll. What is it this time? Langxi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that that Yatirasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found that yet. Then, what are we going to do? There's no need to worry. Because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Barbalese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that Agent Sheena is in charge. It's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there's one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. So, nothing further we can press out of her, it seems. So it's now time to find the flaw in the door. Onwards! Ba 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 ba. Well, I guess it is this time here. Literally the last part of it, where she says that there was an incredibly thorough investigation of Mr. Koshan's office, yet the wire that blocked the mechanisms in the big-ass grandfather clock, that wasn't found. It would be rather interesting to know why. Huh. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, standing there insulting Interpol agents? You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? A length of wire. So, what about it? I'll tell you what, we found this in the Bubbly's embassy not too long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Koshan's office. You found that at the crime scene of Mr. Koshan's murder? And once again, our suspect is speechless. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more. In Mr. Koshan's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. So, what in the... Yeah. There are also signs that we are dancing back and forth here, considering that we have seen the theater door, this television, and the pictures on the wall from the other side during our entire conversation. So not only the tables have turned, but the audience as well. How's that for something that your answers I could have said long? That that evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, what did you happen? What did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office, nothing you call evidence anyway. Sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather that I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Atreyu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation was incomplete. Well, obviously the investigation near the door. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person Kay was chasing chose the third floor was because the person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Atagrasso on the to the point of arresting Kay. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to what? Oh, there is one location that no one has yet to no, wait. Does this sentence make grammatical sense? In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. What? How's the... am I missing something here, or does this not really make sense in this regard, since it's a negation of the idea that there could be somewhere that is still to inspect? I has confused. Well, your team's investigation it was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Apparently, well, the site office wasn't inspected, the hallway wasn't inspected, but we also know that Gumshoe took the stairs on account of the elevator having already been active despite the fires. Yeah, thank you. So, I don't. Thank you for clarifying that it's a very bad translation. So I am not currently exhibiting signs of a stroke, just signs of being able to read. That's very good considering all the fumbling I have with reading. It seems right now. Okay, I'll go check it out right away. Now, be right back. Hold it. And apparently the elevator is not what is meant to be there. We already went over there and checked that area with a fine-tooth comb. And you've already extensively detailed report on that area as well. Really, there is a report on the elevator. Well... Okay. But why was the elevator in use in that case, at literally that time? Well, the investigation into all of, well, we know the entirety of the of Mr. Kershen's office was investigated. The room next door may have been investigated. The open air stage wasn't investigated to the same degree, I believe, which could very well be a very important piece of evidence, though I have no idea in that regard, though considering all of it, you know what, I do have the option of doing so, so fling things at walls. Nope, it's not the open air stage, so it is the room Sheena's in. Unless of course it's the hallway, which should have been investigated even more thoroughly. The location agent Sheena is the location agent Sheena is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kershen's office warrants a thorough investigation. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check the room next to the office.
Boom, ba boom. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you really think that Miss Sheena is Yatagarasu? Yes. If my logic is sound, I believe she is. Just a moment.
Crunch.
Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu? But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Bubbly's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But it is really worth so little. I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found something you really need to see, sir.
Oh. So, what are the things you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat. You hear that, Miss Edgeworth? Maybe, maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Tch, unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Aww.
Thanks for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have him back now? But, Agent Sheena, we do have a bit of a suspicion, so do you mind if we just set them on fire just now?
Hold it!
These items that a detective brought back here are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They are my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. Yeah, but what if we set them on fire? And if they glow green from the fire, we know that they have been stained with Barbaley's ink. Or maybe we should set you on fire. In that case, we know if you have consumed wood crystal. Though that may be a little on the harsh side, now to think of it. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang? Sheena, let's put it all on the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I've nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine?
What of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
Well, the coat and the shoes are completely stained, so those two are most likely covered in soot from exactly the burnt documents. Shoes are probably the most likely, unless of course we will want to combine the coat with it. Well, that is a bit of an annoying thing, since we know from Gumshoe's, well, from the things Gumshoe has said, that both his shoes and the coat were significantly, well, ashened in. The coat could be cross-examined for, or get an examination in addition if it looks like the coat that was seen on the suspicious person, so that combines to a bit of a more thorough thing. The makeup, well, no one has seen the face of the suspicious person, so unless the makeup is not makeup at all, but straight up ink, that's irrelevant. So, well, coat it is. Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The Atagrasso that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Let's set it on fire! No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got onto my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? No, I didn't realize that the hem had been dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that goes on got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Me? Huh? Me, sir? What did I do?
Oh, also, by the way, if any of you in chat, well, if any of you find something that's worth a clip, please do. I'm severely lacking in clips for my channel right now. So anything that's interesting enough, funny enough, or anything else, well, clipping is definitely a good idea, even if it is for reference to annoy any publishers with. For example, the bad translation. This code is exactly a piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find a coat that the person K saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we've proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show that what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and what do you think? And what do you think you can do that? Oh, of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of his coat. Well, it is Barbaley's ink.
Take that!
Barbaley's ink? Yes. This is what proved that. This is what will prove that the coat went through the fireplace. Let's set it on fire. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files in that fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at the time. Huh? If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Bubbly's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Yeah. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we are not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Bubbly's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that this ink is... that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Bubbly's ink. Let's set it on fire! We can find out whether that is Bubbly's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Bubbly's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Hey, Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit off your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning on wearing it anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. The flames! Also, Edgeworth, I know you're as eager as I am to prove that, but you've just dropped a burning piece of evidence onto carpeted floor in an embassy. Dude, it it's the same color as the flames as the flames white crystal. White crystal? White crystal? It's the same flames that whisk crystal oils produce, which means Beverly's ink is a product of wood crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarazu's other wing. Miss Machina, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, careless to you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Careless to you? I've never heard that name before in my life. The manner of speaking and the attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I'm this killer to you, woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a finger on me. Raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove she is killer to you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Edgeworth. I will, Kay. For we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be killer to you with this, and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. Well, I would be rather surprised if it isn't that. It's all referencing that case of 7 years, and this bottle of perfume had been sealed for the entire time. It was evidence used back then and has been kept by Kay for all that time.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? He has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. It belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. We never did get any mention of how Kay preserved the bottle. Hopefully she did so with appropriate equipment in that case. Otherwise, 7 years of handling a bottle would be very, very bad for any fingerprints or anything of the like on it. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I wonder if anyone, now or later, sees this. Welcome by the way. But I wonder if anyone sees this. I've just presented a bottle, a 7 years old bottle of perfume, as evidence, with the idea that it could still hold fingerprints of the person originally handling it. Point 1. is it even is it plausible that something like fingerprints could be preserved for this entire time, and to what extent would someone have to go in order to even have a chance to do that? Would I'm rather sure that nothing short of an outright hard case permanently sealed for the entire time, well, nothing less than that would be needed to do so. I'm really, really curious if it is at all possible. Sadly, I do not have the knowledge about, well, chemical degradation or on the forensic knowledge on how an isolated object would react over 7 years. Yeah, but back to it. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. Exactly that. She has heard about it. We have now as well. But is it really possible? Sheena definitely is a bit on the speechless side. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Well, that is a picture ripe for a villain. And she's laughing to her heart's content, or, well, to her heart's explosion more likely. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So, you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our games together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So, you were a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after? Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol the entire time? Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto you, that's just one of my many names. But even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto you. This time you won't escape. For this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagrasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn on my side, just like your father always was. Kate, don't! You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. And that was to be expected. Kay! Yeah!
You let Kate go right now, pal.
You despicable!
Let go of me, you filthy
You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I am the real Yatagarasu.
That's impossible. My father was the one who created a little thief.
Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu? Neither of them. They are both and then a few. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. A single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Sir Edgeworth? No, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client's corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Well, a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. A skill provided by someone capable of manipulating the crime scene. In other words, the person leading the investigation. Detective Bad. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective of the case hid it all away. You are the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bat, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. You were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this. And it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Sheena. Your leg. Agent Lang. Yeah. You idiot! What are you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bat, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, even if she's a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to her, no matter from who. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena may have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir?
Curious.
I found something. What is it, sir? Looks like a blade of a knife. But it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective. And we found the other knife. The one where that had its handle replaced.
It is, sir.
Let's try pairing it. Let's try pairing this blade with this handle. There's literally only one handle I have.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Aye, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to return this Bubbly's knife now.
Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. The Bubbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Killers to you. The only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Kirshen's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Kirshen's killer. You killed Mr. Kirshen with the alabastrian knife, switched the handles, and then took the original blade of the Bubbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does it sum it up? You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth. But there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Yeah, we never established why it was important. Phew. It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Kirshen's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you by pinning the murder on you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another. Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you. and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You're going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. So the thief was getting funding from the smuggling ring, so of course the interests of the smuggling ring were to be the interests of the smuggling ring were to be kept. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There's no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What's that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Oh. So she's still working with all of those persons. All of those people. However, that would imply that Mr. Koshen isn't the one she took orders from. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Koshen? When the real ringleader is still out there pulling strings. That opens up an interesting question. Did we get to know that leader? So far we know that Mr. Amano was part of it and has been arrested just a day or two prior. We do also know that Mr. Koshen was involved, seemingly at a relatively high rank, but no, not anymore. Most likely disposed of in order to preserve something. But so far it's unknown if we were able to meet the true mastermind behind it. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you know. Everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babali's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling wing was trying to do. But then, why is there two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Machina. Yes? When I fell onto the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, I should return them to you. You can have them. They have no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I You want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Edgeworth? Hmm? About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor? Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words. I'm not done here. I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything. Because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. Well, he's certainly motivated. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know. And it's so cold and dark. Incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones I was selling for the Jamming Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of salt dug to the ends of his sticks. Well, that's interesting. I guess we have found another part of the mystery of the other things that had happened here.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight, the dawn of another day.
Hi, Bobs. Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
Detective Bat, don't tell me today's the day. Yeah? Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, who were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is over now. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bat? Are you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bat.
Hi. Don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bat. Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bat, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
Oh, not you too, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So, that Grasso who stole into my room was you, was it? Welcome back to whoever is now joined into my stream here. We're rather late to this case right now, so, well, spoilers ahead for anyone who hasn't yet seen this case.
Oi, what? Then that means what? Tell me, it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true. Even if it's not something you want to hear. KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in that case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Atagarasu. That to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Atagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at a moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday died for it. Huh. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incidents? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. That's when I found out that she was a phony. A victim of the KG8 incident CCU. She never had a sister. What then that means? Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Killer Sir U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Bum 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 bum. Oh. I guess this either is or will be a bigger plot line. Well, let's see to it. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on here. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. The mark of the Yarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kosham Koshan had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. Why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when it's set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Barbalis ink? Well, that's certainly interesting. The fact that the card that Koshen's was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So, that's what those white cards are. A great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader, and we were only a few steps behind. Oh, that's certainly interesting. With that knowledge, we can do hopefully a few things. This is certainly a massive case. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. He's giving his lollipop to Gumshoe. What a great honor.
What is this, sir?
This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trials, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. A 10 years old videotape, if that is recorded on a magnetic strip, that will be barely if at all readable. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. Curious. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you! This is the same video that one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Sorry for it. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. But the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not a calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman fought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from our office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is. Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take when you take on someone who's above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Curious, yes, curious. Detective Bat. There's no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. He still insists that, even now, you really are something else. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gaucho, the handcuffs. Time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagrasso.
Pops.
Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Pops. Why is this happening? It can't. This is justice.
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Is this really the end of a legend? Well, it appears not. And it appears this case is also not yet over, considering that at present this is in another part. Give me a second. My incessant thirst has once again caused me to empty out another bottle of water, so I will just about now get myself a bit more prior to continuing this. Though I guess I'll start something else after, well, this. A little bit to vary my streaming schedule. Though it's still a bit on the open if whatever I continue on after this. Though I certainly have no idea. It's honestly unlikely that I'll completely finish Ace Attorney Investigations, the first game, today, considering just how long this is. Though maybe I can do it. We'll see. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. It is time to continue this. And I will not continue to try to sound like Batman. So, continuing on, March 15th, 12:07 AM. So, really the next day, which would imply that it has been hours here. Still in the Theatrum Neutralis in the lobby. So, now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapon crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We'll need to open a new line of investigation just for this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Hi, that's something you are here, sir.
Let's see, what do I have even left? So aside of the direct things that were immediately related to the entire, Yatagarasu thing, it appears everything else is still here.
Hi, that's something you are here, sir. Now, we can see what's on that tape Detective Bat gave us.
This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight 10 years long. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, could you please play the tape for us?
Sure thing, sir.
Should we get popcorn for this? This man, it's Manny Koshin.
And he's holding a knife in his hand.
This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Honestly, playing this, I may once again try to see if Shadows of Doubt works. In general, the game ran fine. It just had a weird problem when I encountered heavy rain in the game. Also, I may misremember that, but wasn't there either an ambition or some thing to have share? I'm relatively sure I misremember it, but wasn't there something related to multiplayer Shadows of Doubt? Whatever. But now I should focus on this here. So, this footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes. Somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to a case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we are working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
But where?
Well, among other things, the fact that one of these calling cards or directive cards is held in his hand. What is this?
Huh?
That bit you played just now, please show to me again. This car is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Well, one of the things is the, for one, that thing has a flag of, I believe that is Cordopia, so that's also to be expected. Manny isn't driving himself. He's sitting with someone in this car, which is rather important. And of course we have this, yeah, and of course we have the plate of the car. Now there's a good question. Which of those things are important, and also, is that shadow supposed to be the driver, or is this thing a driverless car? In most cases it's somewhat obvious, so... This is the national flag of the Principality of Cordopia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know this to have been official government car. Well, holding the flag is not it, but the number plate of the car would indicate that it is an official car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Mr. Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So, you were here all this time? Ambassador Albert. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quirkus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You are scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we let the rest of the Alabastian and Barbalis police? Why don't we leave the rest to them? Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and... Miss von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true. However, as he said in the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Hold it. Shifu, we found Miss Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo. Agent Lang. We are back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, what in the... Why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Yep, definitely the later part of this case. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. Makes one suspicious that a certain ambassador may be involved as well. Either being one of the bigwigs in it, or at the very least having more direct contact into it. At this rate, our investigation will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You? No. Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Huh. Words don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Koshan's murder. That was all Sheena. Langsi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the second's killer? I'll tell you. It was you, Francesca von Karma. Why and how? I was the killer? Wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although that web is actually quite...
Hold your tongue. And that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. he doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabas and Babal, didn't you not? You not? And where's your evidence that I'm the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me. I'll show them to you in due time. Curious he went straight for her. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. I wonder, does he really suspect her, or is this a ploy of his in order to buy time for, to gather everything needed for a conclusive end? As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang. As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Now, in that case, I want to join in too. Still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet.
If you like Kane, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Carmichael's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy. Let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take your up as that. On that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to be real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. This is the 5th floor. It overlooks the entirety of the courtyard. These hair ornaments were, or potential hair ornaments, are rather similar to the things here used up to hold those flowers in place. If we go by a theory, with a bit of coordination, it would or should be very much easy to use that crossbow on the wall to, well, shoot something to the other side. Would at the very least be a plausible way to on how to circumvent some range of complications. They wouldn't exactly present the solution to all of it, but it would open another way, even though that way is most likely not solid enough to carry an entire gold statue. Anyway, we're at about the March 15th at 12:53 a.m. and the Alabastian Embassy. Specifically, the ambassador's office on the 5th floor. Okay, now, let's just go over the facts one more time. Manny Koshan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was none of Alabast's ornamental knives. What's the one? And then the body of the Master Second, Mr. Kashi Nu, was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was a primitive statue. And that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how you look at it, says if it wasn't you, and there's no one else who could have pulled it off. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implication of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagrasa's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief, who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if all of that were true, how do you explain... Sorry. How do you explain the movements of the weapon? Don't worry. I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across. Ow! Hey now! He's the only one who has ever managed to directly evade, or in this case parry, Francesca's whip. That alone makes him a true threat. Look, sis, I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. That Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could not be deeper than any of us can imagine. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francesca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? Oh, don't worry. I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, Your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master Second. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Master Second is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to this hypothesis, and the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. And I'm rather sure that tightrope is exactly what I need. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Immediate direct confrontation in order to clear up at least the shadow of a doubt. Let's see how many of those shadows I can clear here. One of Alabar's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Koshen. And the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second is Babal's primitive statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed two countries just before and after the crime was you. So, as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francesca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So, why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang. What I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of you, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Langzi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Yeah, who do you think you are speaking about Langzi proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you need to see. All you need to see the truth. I, the great fumbler of words, shall prove you wrong. One of Alabar's knives was used in the murder of... yeah. I concur that this knife crossed over the country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second is Babal's primitive statue. So, you're saying that the primitive statue was also brought over by Francesca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes any sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe. But there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the country's impenetrable security. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all the barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So, the only way for the knife and the primitive statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped and well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Ross Francesca, really the only person who traveled between the two countries. According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. In that case, those guards are idiots, considering that literally Miles Edgeworth did the same. The sis there was an alibus when the Yatagrasu shows. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Koshen's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. And how do you explain the primitive statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. Unless, of course, they had an alternative route, and it's more than one. The only thing to cross the border are the primitive statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only items, Agent Lang. So, let us see what we still have. And things that crossed. The knife, of course, is one of those objects that crossed. Well, we can definitely assume that both primitive statues and that crossed. The samurai dogs were intended for crossing, though I believe they didn't. The pig most likely fell into the well at some point, however it was found in the open air theater for whatever reason. There are the, there's also the hair sticks, or sticks in general, because I believe them to be of the same type, or similar at least, to those holding the passion flowers. And of course, we still have this here, which at the very least proves that objects have traveled above this wall. So, now then, let's go through everything we have, considering we've already pressed everything, and see to it. Well, that's just right. The murder weapon, the mask was a Babal primitive statue, also just a matter of fact. Some of these objects were able to penetrate an impenetrable security, and the only one who traversed was you. So, calling, I guess, the fact that it's named impenetrable, yet even just before we have gotten this as proof that things did move back and forth, may be a good start to this. Which is surprisingly not real. So we have photographic evidence that something crossed over, but that does not relate to the statement of the place being impenetrable. I'm annoyed. So let's see. Others and things that may have traversed. We have two things that could very well be related. Point one. We do know that the Master II did manage to infiltrate it with something from the other side. That's a clear thing. Though, however, this is, in theory, we only know that the node originated in Babal, so it does not necessitate that the Master Second ever had stepped into into Babal. We know that those things were intended for the entire embassy, but that's a very big maybe regarding this. And when it comes to the only one-off thing, this was attempted to be used as proof that someone else crossed over. So either I'm here at a very big loss, or it is a case, once again, of having the right thing in the wrong place. And it is a case of I'm wrong. Hooray. Okay, so once again, I will need to read literally everything again. Was she really the only one? Yes, it is a certainty that she was the one who traveled there, which is where he sets his things up. He is uncertain about the Primidac statue, so unless the other statue is also implied. Well, the crossing itself is a big problem here. We know that a knife at the very least crossed through. We know that Babal's statue also crossed, though there's the question if this is really something different. The jamming ninja was supposed to be in Babal, so that's not exactly any bigger proof. The statue is of relevance. And these hair sticks may have crossed. However, that's a bit of a long thing. This is related to persons, to personnel. This one is related to objects, so if I want to do something related to objects, it's relatively likely that I need to use those. Well, I suppose this is one of the annoyances that may end in me having to, get a get a run of more than one. Huh. I just noticed. Those holes in the, I believe that, that's disturbed Earth in two additional places here, which would directly imply that those hair sticks that were found in Babal may have crossed over, and that it's not hair sticks but flower sticks. But let me guess, it will be wrong.
Objection!
Yes, it is.
Not so fast!
Will this shit show really be as idiotic as implying that it is that the other statue will have also had crossed at some point? Because he didn't mention it in all of that. This will most definitely be something related to directly the crossing. Vark.
Objection!
Are you shitting me? It really is just the other statue. The one that, in addition, of course, would have swapped places. I somehow feel almost insulted by this. Well, Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? Damascus II was killed with Babal's Primidoc statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabar's Primidoc statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that Assis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabas and Babal is here. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. I suppose there was some other way. I suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. Whatever way. The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've gotten some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. Yeah, exactly what I already did, but was presented for the right reasons at the wrong time according to the game.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo. Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that she and somehow grew wings either. I won't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. Yeah. But how can I prove? How can I prove it was? How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well. You will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry, trailed shadow is not a face at all. Let's take a more detailed look. It looks like something slightly scorched in, or maybe burning, potentially wrapped into something. I cannot present a profile, so it's definitely not a person. Bum. So, let's see. The wire is, well, is related to it with certainty, but it's not what is important here, I'm rather sure. The hair sticks would not fit it at all. It appears to roll left in a sense. So, the thing in question, which I could think of it, would be that it would have been a primitive statue wrapped into something.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the primitive statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatirazu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as aged Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in cloths and launched it through the air.
Go back!
Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. That's it. Huh. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech? He called you into his office, right? So, just before the murder, Francesca was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then there may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I'll need to hear testimony from Miss von Karma. What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francesca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no! As you wish. Movements on Alabast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all of the preparations were in place, I was called back to Ambassador Alba in his office. Francesca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. But now the only way the only way that I can see for us to break out of the situation is to ask Francesca about her testimony in more detail. Well, I would have annoyed her anyway, considering she has the same things up on her end. As I said earlier, I was assigned on guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. Thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagrasso had sent the calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember about the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police security detail. I did all that. Then, after that, after I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. Oh, right, I wanted to press that. It's a pressing matter after all. So, you were at the theater as well. Yes, and I suppose you were also there, watching that stage show. Hmm. Well, yes. So, Francesca was there. Hmm. Well, after the show was over, and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparations for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Yeah, calm down, Francesca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. And we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, the Master Second's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That is right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss a rather large presence. Rather large presence. Well, unless shrouded in darkness and you were looking at that weird bonsai. Criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived in this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some detail. No, Ambassador Alba was in the room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants by the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in this room The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Well, that's a very important statement since there's only 2 of them left. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in bloom in the flower box. That's already enough, but I want to hear what she has to say in detail. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think I should have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to the statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on this, meaning for me to make progress. The premier statues were already switched by the time of the murder. In light of that fact, what Francesca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. And now the annoying thing that I have to scroll all the way to the end. However, well, we do have that picture taken.
Objection!
Francesca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Miss Edgeworth, what are you doing to discredit Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Hey.
All I've done is state what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important to this juncture, Miles? It is, at the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to this will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They are my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected everything. So what I saw really is important, considering there are 4 holes, but only 2 of them are filled. The flowers themselves. The name of these flowers, I believe they are called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it still looks like there are only 2 of them here. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Yeah, Miles Edgeworth? Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Oh. I want to examine the rest, so I hope this doesn't give me a strike here. Not yet, I still have a thing or two left to examine. There's the can, of course. This watering can has a rather robust design. Miss Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff that we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. Yeah, I'd better examine something else. This patch of soil looks as though it has something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why can't you calm up? Why do you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? Looks like two things were pulled from this flower box. And then there is this. Which is apparently the only thing, unless I want to examine the distance. We already inspected this, so I won't read it again. However, we do have evidence on that count, namely the plant supports used. Mislabeled as hair ornaments. Unless, of course, they are hair ornaments misused in a sense. Well, it wouldn't be... Sorry. It wouldn't be a misuse if you were to correctly use them still as ornaments. It would just be more than just plant supports. It would be plant ornaments. I believe I have just a piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen with this piece of evidence. Almost like those hair sticks.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Badal the entire time, had those hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Yet! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole time. So, make no mistakes. These sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and the statue. Yeah. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way into Babal, and why? There must be some reason why they ended up there. And that is that they were used as a projectile. So that's why. Agent Lang. If you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's all. That's when it all comes into focus. The picture that completes it is most likely that crossbow.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not suggesting? I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Miles. Only the lightest of crossbows were able to use arrows. Arrows are rather massively long in comparison. I know it's something you can get confused by, but those are bolts. Yeah. I've done it. Well, if I think about it, a bolt is pretty much a chunky arrow. Well, no matter what. In all cases, a regular standard-sized arrow is usually less chunky, but a bolt is usually very much smaller than, or well, shorter than an arrow. I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. Well, you've also found a wire that connects them. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Not a thread, a wire. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Border Crossing, Part 2. Part 2. So, the ball statue was draped in Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrow from the side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you are under the belief that wings are necessary for this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Phenomena. Ba-bee-ba-dee-bee. Phenomena. Border Crossing, Part 2. So, Baba's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. No, it wasn't. But let me just collect data. But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. Not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures on tablets. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many times in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be the telling truth. If you'd ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely possible. You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? Yeah, he certainly does. He also has very good reasons since he was accused of murder himself, and one of those photos was key part in proving his innocence. The courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrow from the side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the thing they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusion. It's the launching of my conclusion. What the shooter wanted was to launch with the crossbow, not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrow, what did the crossbow launch?
Hold it!
The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Oh well, come on then. Show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're bluffing. This is what was launched from the Alabastian office with a crossbow. Oh, I wanted to press any additional times. I just got locked into this. But luckily enough, I do have, most likely, what I need. Welcome whoever joined. Though, fair warning, this is massive spoiler territory, in case you don't know this case. I will, however, upload, well, this most likely is someone tomorrow to or something to my YouTube channel, in case you want to avoid spoilers.
Take that!
Other than that, I will wire you the evidence. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. So I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow, then shot into Mr. Koshan's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alaba's Primodox statue could be moved. Gravity would be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primodox statue? A dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in opposite way, going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind the trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Baal's Primodox statue. Bungee action. No. If they had a way of retracting if they had a way to quickly retract it, they could very well have pulled it with a wire tied to it. However, it would still need to have a sufficient cut, let's say it like this. Well, I'm honestly uncertain. It's certainly not bungee, considering that it's a wire, not anything elastic. Swinging could potentially work, though it would be a significant danger. What does rotary motion imply here, I wonder? Of course it was. If they had the ability to coil a rather massive amount of wire, it would potentially work, though I honestly don't know what's implied with rotary here. I'd say swinging is the most plausible in that case. All for that would be to have a sufficient length of wire be connected. Also, it could potentially be used in, well, in order to bring it over, though it would look rather dope if someone were to rotate it like a flail, but I'm relatively sure it could be swinging. A swing motion. Apparently it's not that. So it would have been rotary, though I do not know how. Have me there. Shame you third sign here. Let's have up for grade school physics, like saying that. I'm a loss for word of that. Unless of course they with bungee they literally mean a very high powered torsion, but that also seems rather weird. On the other hand, let's just hope this works. So, it is the thing I cannot correctly envision how it would be done. Of course, if they had 2 points, then it's easy, but how would they? But that's another question entirely then. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real, statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? So it's just a weird mislabeling of simple things. If you shot an arrow with 2 ends of a wire tied to an with the 2 ends of an arrow, a circular belt can be formed. Langsy says, "Don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the 2 wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Asian Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one. Meaning that my idea is very possible." Langsy says, "How?" Yes, what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mysterious co-conspirators set themselves up in the 2 different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock QED. Yeah. This proves it right, Agent Lang, that I'm not a killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because, remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I've laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to turn a circular belt out of a lengthy piece of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. This idea is stupid beyond recognition, if it is here. But it is a complete clusterfuck of ideas that could have been done, but... Well... There's not only that, but there's also the ceiling fan. It is the most stupid of ideas, considering those things tend to be flimsy as fuck, and an about 1 meter tall solid gold statue would easily rip anything of that type out of the ceiling without having been lifted off the ground. However, this is Ace Attorney we are speaking of.
Take that!
Heh, looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to this trick are 2 pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Yeah. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabashian and Barbaley's office, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case? Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? Single point of the finger here, in this case, will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. And to that a little later, because I really need to take a leak. And I will certainly not spin that leak as an evidence. Once again, I am back, this time without having any form of interruptions or something else. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da. So, let's see. Who may this mastermind be? Either it's literally that calling card from far too long time ago, most likely preserved in the same way as everything else. There's the videotape showing the presence of an official car loading off loading off a would-be assassin. And for some reason a guitar pick. However, I believe it may very well be the videotape.
Take that!
However, it is not.
Not so fast!
Where's my reality, sir? How long do you intend to keep it from me? That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. Yeah, and stop being picky with your food. Godopia, counterfeit bills, the mask's note. Please let me not completely fumble this. At least I don't need to point to a specific line. Could of course just be the hairsticks again, considering that someone's prints are on it. However, honestly, this is literally called the trump card.
Take that! Not so fast!
However, it's not. I'm surprisingly pissed off at that. Well, that would be the second time something went wrong. And it's once again on account of semantics in all of that. I guess, well, the arrows would be on the other thing, unless of course there's something special here. I didn't see it. What was the loops were just an eccentric design quirk, but you know they could they were actually arrow fletchings. Suppose this dirt was from when this was stuck in the flower box. Guess it's only the tip is dirty, huh? Yes. Well, honestly, those things would be the true thing. Well, onwards onto reload.
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of a crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Onkama didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, a fact that the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that a person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So, as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan was the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, eh? One single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. We were to examine the focus of his complex trick. I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Great. I'd say there's a 90% chance that I will now fumble this and get my second case of a game over. And in both cases, it was related to some weird evidence placement when literally multiple things could have been used at that point, but not in order to really do it at that point and all of that. Well, why would he need this much of a playbook? Is it the videotape?
Take that!
You want us to examine this? So I believe that
Not so bad!
and that's it. All evidence really okay. Yeah, it would appear that I was mistaken. Now then, if you could ask you to please leave the premises. As you can see by yourself, I am an old man, and I'm a bit tired from all of this. Wait, please, I've made up my mind, so if you could please leave. Agent Lang, a good job to you as well. Although I don't think we'll ever be meeting again. What? Now then, please respect the request of the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast and vacate the premises. And with that, I managed to fumble it. This is it? But the truth was lost for all eternity. Grimph. Yes, I do want to reload that. Intense scrutiny, however, there's one piece only partially checked. And that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling ring, is what I should present. Honestly, now it's the trump card by a vet.
Take that!
He literally asked for...
Not so bad!
Yeah, that also didn't exactly... Let's see. This note has only been partially checked. Fire has only been partially investigated. The passion flowers have only been partially investigated. The garden has only been partially investigated. Is it this? Or is it something else? Oh, wait. Honestly, the fake... well... Something that has only been partially investigated is definitely the other primitive statue. It is a hollow, a hollow replica that was in Babal. Aside of just swapping around the statues in order to potentially present something, if this statue did not get investigated on account of being counted as a national treasure, but if it is hollow, then something could very well be within it.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning. Had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real primitive statue for a fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre reaction. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primidox himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. These are Mr. Koshan's fingerprints. The fact that they are on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal. So do I... Say it was market for... I believe we already did that. There has to be something here I did not yet see. So, the head or the back, most likely. Maybe the blade. This guy kinda looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because he look alike that he was picked to be Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of the neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe this is meant to be some sort of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Oh, I very much see. Wow, it really did open up. Oh. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. So there was a seam, and this is very impressive. I believe these are the printing plates. What in the is this? Hey, Is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. Counterfeit plate. Jotted down. The primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. The replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances made the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damascus II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damascus II and in order to frame the steel samurai for the murder, he covered the steel samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba. You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. Oh, sorry. And it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damascus II. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Karshen.
Not so fast.
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the girl to a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Well, that's the thing with logic. It is not bound to one's it's not bound to what one believes. Logic will always flow with the facts. So, if new facts come to light, the logic may change on the fly. Huh? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seems the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in or to take another look around. So that's why you were put on this big show to accuse Francesca of the murder. In Francesca as bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigate rights. Yeah. If I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opportunity, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if you were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Yep, I only massively fumbled that. The evidence that detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor's detective team, right? I didn't know all about that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh ho! You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we really need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Yeah. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. Doesn't make sense? Where does it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Ugh. You really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find that proof now, when we can't see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break it wide open? Trump card and a videotape. With those two items, we may be able to finally bring this man down. But a card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bat from the police. They are both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we von Karmas have commanded to... von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary. But the only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it outside of the courts. That's what I thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands with illegality. If I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? A choice. It's one I must make my own hand here now. That's an interesting thing. Also, that's the interesting question. All of this can still be admitted. However, it would need to be admitted by someone else. So, if I use the trump card, I will absolutely bring to light the whole thing, but by then it will most likely get dismissed as false evidence and sullied therefore. But if I don't do it, then I can obviously not use it now. However, someone else can put in the moves to acknowledge it. I will try it, and as soon as it gets acknowledged as connected, that is when I can use it. I'm a prosecutor and I can't allow myself to use evidence such as these. Miss Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's going to get away with it. I know, but... What are you holding back for? The only thing a von Karma should pursue is the perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument, then there's absolutely no reason not to use it. Yeah. Lexi says the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained to the law. Laws were born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out onto pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of junk fair people will be born. Can you really just hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands? There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set by man. And when a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reasons were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba. Well, at the very least we did get a good bit of surrounding people to back us up if that goes south. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a director's card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Manny Koshan. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. And let's be serious, Miss Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. A KG8 incident? The card and the video these two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented.
The prey the Otograsso has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. Well, 1:35, March 15. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
A trump card and a videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bat's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. I'm currently severely playing severely longer than I should have, but I suppose I should bring this to an end today, not tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage we know that the card is a director's card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves the card was used to relay an order. Well, I would say it is the hand that holds the card rather obviously.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Koshen is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All I have to do is simply take a look at this. Oh, obviously, the bloodstain. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of data testing, we can very easily verify that as a fact. Speechless, I see. If you have no objections, I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car passing by the front of the victim's apartment building is an official Ethiopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, could you please magnify the footage? This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Ethiopia. Something I do directly find interesting is there are two pieces we still have to, well, present. One, of course, well, Sheena didn't, you did say she did not kill anyone. And there are some discrepancies when it comes to all of how that wire was moved. There's quite a chance that the wire did not just move, but that Manny Koshen was actually shot and the knife on the Babali side was used in order to obscure the reason for this death. Well, but for now, let's see. We have, of course, Manny Koshen having this card directly in his pocket, as well as in a reflection there, having the official Cadopian insignia. One of those two is what I need.
Take that!
So, is it this? The shape of this pocket and the director's card in it. It tells us without a doubt that the person in this car is Mr. Koshan. License plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on the day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Okay. I didn't expect him to go full M. Bison on us.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time. That's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Cordopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is he already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that can be used against them. Yeah, for example, the reflection of his oh so proudly worn medals.
Take that!
What the?
Ambassador Alba?
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Cordopia. And this was you who made... and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Weird way to say this? Huh. Why a sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cordopia. But now, I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who's sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What?
I should have made a screenshot of that. That would have been the perfect thumbnail. This is how it will be. But I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. Yeah.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it?
What a lot of you to have come this far.
It looks like I might lose our little game this time.
You may lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Miss Ambassador.
Is that a fact?
Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damascus second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You claiming it was justified self-defense? Master II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I had done what I did, I may be the one. I may be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, the two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified in self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the Mark II didn't have a single weapon on his... body. Hold on. Nothing to get worked up over because I hit the weapon. You did. I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting on in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Question is if this is truly a wound that was caused by it. No way! Which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spreading nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get a real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Master II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crimes alive. That is a rather ominous thing to say, Francesca. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one important fact that that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Yeah. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents, investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Yeah. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even in your country, even on your country's soil. Therefore, No matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression. I didn't click that, I bugged it. That arrogance and your expression. There's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak of so seriously. To me, this has all been nothing but a mere, nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. All of us has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides them. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world from you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. There's nothing we can do? Well, I will certainly save this, even though I would have very much liked to not lose the save, so to speak, on semantics, but it doesn't say final, so well, sadly, it appears I will still need to do this another day. Can I? Yeah, I can leave this here. So, we've just saved, so... Well, it's too bad. But it appears that it is what it is, for today at least. These games, or this case is extraordinarily long. At least compared to all the others we've had prior to this. So, yeah. It appears we'll have to end it here.